Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu, very distinguished Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture, incidentally the Chairman, National Chairman of the Planning Committee of National Festival of Arts and Culture, Otumba Orusewe, OON, very distinguished traditional rulers here present, representatives of His Majesty Omonobanedo Okuakpolokpolo, very distinguished top members of the State Executive Council, the commissioners here present, local government chairmen, market women, and all the students that are here present. We'd like to welcome you to the 32nd edition of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, otherwise known as NAFEST 2019. Indeed, this is the first time Edo State is hosting it and hosting the 32nd edition. I'd like us to put our hands together for His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. It is happening in his time, after 40 years. A round of applause for His Excellency. I like to describe him in Benin as Uhunoma. Thank you, Your Excellency, for all the support for this event to be successful. And also, immeasurable support from His Royal Majesty, Omonobanedo Okuakpolokpolo, AY II. Indeed, we're grateful to two of you and others who have supported you. We now want to have the theme song
by Bulu Simon. He will give us the NAFEST theme song. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Bulu Simon as he presents the NAFEST theme song.
One, two. Let's celebrate our culture at NAFEST. I said, come, let's celebrate our culture at NAFEST. Council for Arts and Culture is calling. Come, let's celebrate our culture. We are preserving, promoting the culture of our people. Come, let's celebrate our culture at NAFEST. Let's unite through culture. Nigeria is our country. Let's unite through cultural interaction to build a great nation. Our culture preaches peace and love. Our culture is a purveyor of economic wealth. Let's celebrate the ingenuity of Nigerians. Come, celebrate the uniqueness of our cultural diversity, the National Festival of Art and Culture, the festival that unites Nigerians and other countries of the world. Let's celebrate our culture. The National Council for Arts and Culture is calling. Let's celebrate our culture. We are preserving, promoting the culture of our people. Let's celebrate our culture. Come, let's unite through culture. Let's celebrate our culture. Our culture is our pride, my people. Let's celebrate our culture. A festival that unites the nation. Let's celebrate our culture. Let's uphold our various cultures. Let's celebrate. Live in peace.
National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, the Unity Forum, and the National Creativity Fair, the festival that unites the nation.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Bulu Simon. That's the NAFEST theme song. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once more, you are all welcome to the official opening ceremony of the 32nd National Festival of Arts and Culture with the theme, Royalty, Pride, holding here in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. For your information, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, which is also called the Unity Forum, moves from one state to the other. In 2017, we were all gathered in Kaduna State, to celebrate NAFEST with the theme, Nigeria, Peace and Unity, Our Pride. In Kaduna, the baton was handed to River State, and in 2018, the 36 states and FCT moved to River State, the treasure base of the nation. The theme for NAFEST in River State was Our Festivals, Our Heritage. Today, Monday, 21st of October 2019, the 36 states and FCT are in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation, to celebrate NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the National Council for Arts and Culture is the custodian of the people's culture. Remember that culture is the bedrock of development. Culture can be used to strengthen relationships, mutual understanding, bring about national peace, harmony, and development. Through culture, the NCAC is opening up vistas of opportunities for Nigerians, both local and international. The fact that culture has the capacity to ameliorate challenges facing any given society necessitated the Council using the instrumentality of culture to promote unity, peace, social integration amongst Nigerians. Welcome once again to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. Let's put our hands together for Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. This is the 32nd edition of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, and it's holding in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. I'm sure you all know how important your heart is. So we are in Edo State today, and Edo is the heartbeat of this nation. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the march past. We'll advise the states to ensure that they are ready in alphabetical order. And as you move along, please show us your states, and then we could have some information on you. It's now time for the march past. But before we do that, permit me to invite my colleague, Mr. Terry, to continue with the other segment.
Are we starting now?
All right, thank you. Edo State is not only the heartbeat of the nation, but the home of culture. Can we celebrate Edo State? Thank you. You can see it's a full complement of His Excellency from the Government House. His Excellency the Governor is here with his amiable wife. Can we please celebrate Mrs. Betsy Obaseki and members of our entourage? She mobilized the women to be here today, to be part of it. And Her Excellency, the wife of the Deputy Governor, also sitting here. A round of applause for Mrs. Shaibu. Thank you very much for coming. We want to quickly invite a very young damsel, Annabelle Asoro, to do a special performance for His Excellencies and very important guests in this event today. It will interest you to know that she has performed this many times, and this is as a result of her God-given talent. Incidentally, she's a twin and of the leader of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Roland Asoro, who is also sitting to watch his daughter perform. Please, can we have little Annabelle Asoro to step forward quickly? We have here with us Honorable Newman Ugiagbe, SA to the Governor of Edo State. Honorable Lawani Damian, Commissioner for Youth and Special Duties. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. She's performed Unity Song.
Just to mention that the theme for this year's edition is Our Culture, Our Royalty. The theme highlights the significance of the alluring and ebullient royal traditions in Nigeria as part of the national history and legacy of this great country. Ogo.
All right. History also has it that NAFEST is no longer news that it was established in 1970 after the end of Nigeria's civil war. It was with the aim of promoting national unity and the country's very best in arts and culture through competitive and non-competitive events like music, which we are going to be seeing here, and of course dance, traditional wrestling, and drama. And just to say that right about now we are expecting the march past state by state in alphabetical order. It is actually to set the tone for the festival. We already have dignitaries already here, and the NAFEST team from Abuja were in the palace of the Oba of Benin as he marked his third year anniversary coronation and of course his birthday. It's been royalty all through. Now, a special performance there.
One voice, we're a nation undivided. tossed, we are united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to and for generations to come. Oh, we roll, we have, we'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We roll, we have, we'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We roll, we have, we'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we'll know we'll get there. We roll, we have, we'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please put our hands together for the twins, Annabelle and Christabel Asoro, the twin daughters of the leader of the house.
Like I said, we have the very best of Nigeria's creative talent, young, talented Nigerians who are giving it out at the arena of the festival. There's a pop of excitement here, and we enjoin you to not to participate in every moment of it, but to take you through the sights and sounds at the arena this afternoon.
All right, it was very electrifying seeing they are actually twins, Christabel and Annabelle Asoro, and it was a very, very sterling performance of Timi Dakolo's Unity song, reminding all Nigerians that the unity of the country and the ability for us to believe in what makes us thick cannot be compromised.
For this event to be successful from this day one to the end of the ceremony, and all other activities that will be unfolding in the course of the 2019 Edo NAFEST. Please, the DJ, can you move one microphone to our highly respected chief from the palace of His Majesty. And while that is ongoing, we'd like to ask that the Royal Academy students get ready for a performance, and after which the man who has blazed a trail in music for over 55 years, Professor Victor Uwaifo, MON JP, will be performing. The first Commissioner Minister of Arts and Culture, the first to win a gold disc in Africa, and the first to bag a PhD in the world as a musician and musicologist, and the first to become a professor as a musician in the whole world. Can we please celebrate Professor Sir Victor Uwaifo, MON JP. We will now have the traditional breaking of kola nuts, and after which the Royal Academy will perform for 5 minutes. And then we invite Professor Uwaifo before the march past. He said, vai. I went over.
Osa no kedne na. Di banika onibote do. Maya wenye okari oba oto na. We vinalu ginado ugori NAFEST. Sanu dazima eritu na do se o. Ora mi alo. Ora mi ege. Ora mi gbirame. No ya dwe. Oba man de ba maya fele. No we could do good way, Maramiege. Eva Keva Nido Dugina, the woman Yagia Manaya Vao. Ya river from Iowa.
He said,
Are you turn on Nefele or carry a boat to na? Keva ya fell and on lay. Dow Yaraluge. No when Yara Dweki, Yara Bow to an Atiapania Dway. No way no good work, talk no good work. Oba talk pay.
Oba talk pay. Thank you very much. The Royal Academy students will perform for the next 5 minutes. And just immediately after this performance, Professor Victor Uwaifo will mount the stage.
Kola nuts. According to that was the presentation and breaking of kola nuts according to the Benin tradition by one of the palace chefs, Edo State. Very significant, especially when you are hosting visitors. Right now, we're taking a performance by the Royal Arts Academy.
Thank you very much. We now have the Obaewa the Second Foundation to present the Junior Benin Royal Academy of Performing Arts, steering Uviogogo, Ewa the Second.
Now, as much as this is about Nigeria's beautiful cultural diversity, to say the least, the whole state, Edo, is a cradle of culture and art in the country. It is famous for its bronzes, some of which is dated back to the 13th century, and for its ivory and wood carvings. And you have the bronzes all over museums of the world, and is very much celebrated.
Foundation, presenting Junior Benin Royal Academy.
All right, members of the Obaiwa the Second Foundation, which had one of the daughters of the Oba of Benin, Ogogo Ewire, and all what the song was all about was welcoming delegates here with a joyful heart, and to remind all that with cooperation there will always be bountiful joy and happiness.
Adamawa State. It will be followed by Bauchi State, Bayelsa State, Benue State, Borno State, Delta State, Ebonyi State, Ekiti State, Enugu, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Oyo, Rivers, Taraba. Edo State will come with all the local government areas in Edo State, led by the Honorable Commissioner. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, permit me to invite Adamawa State. Can we put our hands together for Adamawa State? Adamawa State. Next is Bauchi State. Please, can you move faster, please? Adamawa State is closely followed by Bauchi State, then Bayelsa State, Benue State, Borno State, Delta State, Ebonyi State, Ekiti State, Enugu, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Oyo, Rivers, Taraba, and Edo State with all the local government areas. Adamawa State, please. You have to be a little bit faster. Adamawa State. The sights and thrills from Adamawa State. Adamawa State contingent at NAFEST 2019 with the theme, our royalty, our pride. Let's put our hands together for the team from Adamawa State. Participants from Adamawa State. Bauchi State, please get ready. Followed by Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Delta. Bauchi is next. Bauchi State at NAFEST 2019 with the theme, our royalty, our pride. The 36 states and FCT are converging in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation, from the 19th to the 26th of October to celebrate the best of our culture. NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. Edo State is the home of culture and the heartbeat of the nation. Welcome once again to Edo State. And in this event, you will see the sights and thrills from the respective states and the FCT to tell you that Nigeria is truly blessed. Nigeria is a land of limitless opportunity. We have Bauchi State. Bauchi State. Bauchi State. Bayelsa. Bauchi State, can you move a little bit faster?
You should say something about the states.
They didn't give me any answer. They have been asking them since they didn't give me. What is Bauchi? The sights and thrills from Bauchi State. Bauchi State. Please, the directors from the State Art Councils would like you to come around to give us a slight brief on your state, please, as the march past is ongoing. Directors from the states, can we get somebody to step forward to tell us about the state? Thank you.
Bayelsa State is among the 6 Niger Delta states in the south-south region of Nigeria. Bayelsa State produced the past president, Goodluck Jonathan. Bayelsa State is not too big, but very progressive. And they are very notable for trade, farming, and they are such a unique people who grow yam and other foods that can come out of agriculture. Great Bayelsa State. Carved out in 1991 during the military regime, till now Bayelsa State has enjoyed some level of sovereignty.
Bayelsa State at NAFEST 2019. The sights and sounds, the colors. You can see they are all beautifully dressed, the men and the women. No, they were not the ones who hosted. No, it's Rivers. The sights and thrills from Bayelsa State. Please, can the director step forward to give us a slight brief on their states, please? The next state is Benue State, the food basket of the nation. And I'd like to inform you that in 2006, Bayelsa hosted NAFEST with the theme Culture, Job Creation, and Youth Empowerment. Bayelsa State hosted NAFEST in 2006 with the theme Culture, Job Creation, and Youth Empowerment. The sights and thrills from Bayelsa State. The next state is Benue State, the food basket of the nation, the home of Swange dance. Benue State, the food basket of the nation. Benue State, the food basket of the nation.
Madam, this is the brief Kiliban for your state. So that if you get to your state now.
Benue State, the food basket of the nation. Benue also hosted the National Festival of Arts and Culture in year 2007 with the theme Job Creation and Youth Empowerment. Benue State, the food basket of the nation. Benue State, the food basket of the nation. The sights and thrills from Benue State. At NAFEST, from the north to the south, from the south to the east, from the east to the west. We are all converging here today to celebrate the best of our culture. Our culture is our pride. Is it our food? Is it our cuisine? Is it our dance? What about our fashion? Fantastic. When it comes to innovation, you can't beat Nigeria. Benue State, the food basket of the nation. The next state is Borno State, the northeast. Borno State. Borno State, the sights and thrills from Borno State. Let's put our hands together for Borno State as they march past. Borno State. Their directors will not come. We are calling them.
We'd like to have information from the directors of the state councils to let us have a brief of their states in writing. We may not be able to accommodate all of you here. Just pass one page to us or half a page about your state.
Borno State, thank you so much. Thank you. That's the sights and thrills from Borno State. NAFEST is a potpourri of sorts. From the north to the south, from the south to the east, from the east to the west. We are all gathered here to celebrate the best of our culture. Our culture is our pride. Next is Delta State.
Orobo Ado, Ishaki Ado, Ijo Ado, Izambe. These are tribes of Delta State. Delta State is a riverine state created in 1991 from the then Bender State. Today, it is ruled by Senator Okowa, the governor of Delta State. Delta State is a sister state to Edo State. It flourishes with lots of trades, with lots of adventures. It is very productive. It is developing fast as Edo is also developing, because they are a twin state to Edo from the old parent states of Bende. Orobo Ado, Ishakiri Ado, Ijo Ado, Ijo, Iso. Thank you, Delta State.
Next, we have Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State, the sights and thrills from Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State are the National Festival of Arts and Culture that we are celebrating here in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation, with the theme, our royalty, our pride. Welcome to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. We have Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Let's put our hands together for Ebonyi State as they march past the sights and thrills from this beautiful country called Nigeria. We are truly blessed, a land of limitless opportunities. And in culture, my boss says there is no failure. Everybody is significant. Culture can put food on the table of millions of Nigerians. Welcome to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. The sights and thrills from Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Next is Ekiti State. Ekiti State. Ekiti State is culturally the richest state within the southwest and is created in 1996. Ekiti is noted for its tradition for excellence and integrity. Hence, she is referred to as the land of honor. Ekiti people are valiant and very courageous. It is the state that produced late Colonel Francis Adekunle Fajuyi and many industrious sons and daughters. Ekiti State, the land of honor. Let's put our hands together for Ekiti State. The sights and thrills from Ekiti State. Let's put our hands together for Ekiti State, please. Welcome to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. I just wish to inform you all that NAFEST has moved from Lagos in 1970 to Ibadan in 1971. In 1972, we were in Kaduna. 1974, we moved from Kaduna to Lagos. In 1982, we were in River State. 1983, we were in Borno State. 1988, we were in Lagos. NAFEST moved in 1989 to Bauchi. And in 1990, we were in Kaduna State. Can we put our hands together for Ekiti State, the land of honor? Ekiti State, the land of honor. Thank you very much, Ekiti State. The next state there is Enugu State. Enugu State.
We'd like to thank you, Enugu, wonderful state, predominantly dominated by the Igbos. Igbo Kwenu! Igbo Kwenu! Kwegwezwenu! Enugu State.
Enugu Kwenu! Igbo Kwenu! Nigeria Kwenu! As you know, Enugu State is the state founded on the hill that produced coal, the coal that served Nigeria before the discovery of oil. We are still, as old as we are, we should be remembered. Enugu State is diverse with their culture, having produced the wonderful Atilog music, the music that represents Nigeria everywhere they go. We have the Okanga music, we have the Otabara music, we have every diverse music that can be Nigeria will be proud of. Enugu State is the gold city, captained by the amiable governor, Right Honorable Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, who steered the ship. Nigeria should respect Enugu State. Thank you and God bless.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, that's Enugu State. Enugu State, the home of Atilogu, the home of masquerades. Let's put our hands together for the contingent from Enugu State. Enugu State. The sights and thrills from the National Festival of Arts and Culture, celebrated in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation, and most importantly, the home of culture. Welcome once again to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. The next we have is Gombe State, and that's the jewel in the savannah. Gombe State was created out of the defunct Bauchi State on 1st October 1996. It consists of 11 local government areas. The vegetation is generally Guinea savanna grassland with concentration of woodland in the southwest. The state also has an international airport and a standard rail line, Lagos-Jos Maiduguri, passing through Gombe, the state capital. The state enjoys relative peace in spite of some security challenges. Let's put our hands together for Gombe State, the jewel in the savannah. The sights and thrills from the National Festival of Arts and Culture, holding here in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation and the heart of
Home of culture.
the home of culture. Edo State is truly the place to be. All the states, 36 states and FCT, will be here from the 19th to the 26th of October 2019, celebrating the best of our culture. Our culture is our pride. Our dress is our pride. Our festivals are our pride. Our food, our pride. Welcome to Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. That's Gombe State, the jewel of the savannah at NAFEST 2019. The next state we have is Imo State from the southeast. Imo State. Let's put our hands together for Imo State.
Imo Kwenu! Imo Kwenu! Imo State, eastern heartland of Nigeria, established in 1989, Imo State Council for Arts and Culture. Our God-given governor, Right Honorable Emeka Hedioha, KSC, has liberated Imo State Council for Arts and Culture from moribund for about 8 years. God's given talent has propelled him and the people of Imo State to appear once again to showcase Igbo cultural heritage in a bid to rebuild Imo State with Honorable Commissioner Barrister C. Nzekwe and Acting Permanent Secretary Uche Anyao. We wish to say that Imo State has its capital in Owerri, the popular Owerri.
Imo State hosted the National Festival of Arts and Culture in year 2003, and the theme of NAFEST that year was Nigeria, our people, our arts, and our heritage. Let's put our hands together for Imo State as they march past. Imo hosted the National Festival of Arts and Culture in year 2003 with the theme Our People, Our Arts, Our Heritage. Thank you very much, Imo State. The next state is Jigawa State. Jigawa State. And let's put our hands together for Jigawa State. I'm sure the people of Edo State will be glad that NAFEST is holding here in Edo State the heartbeat of the nation. Because at this event ground, you can see all the states and FCT. It will enable you to appreciate the cultures of diverse peoples in Nigeria. And despite our diversity, we are one. 36 states and the FCT here in Edo State celebrating the best of our culture. Let's put our hands together for Jigawa State. Jigawa State. Kaduna State, nobody has anything to say about it. Kaduna. The sights and sounds from Kaduna State. Kaduna State. Jigawa State, please. Jigawa. Where is Jigawa? Seacon. Put your hands together. Jigawa. We are going to.
Jigawa State is nice to showcase their cultural heritage. Great Jigawa State. Great Jigawa State. Thank you very much for being a part of NAFEST. You can see the display. I can see Kaduna State, the great Kaduna State, the home of the military, that is a home base, a beautiful city in Nigeria.
Kaduna State hosted the National Festival of Arts and Culture in 1972 with the theme Dance. In 1974, it was also hosted in Kaduna and the theme was Dance and Music. And in 2017, the whole of Nigeria moved again to Kaduna State. And there we have the theme Nigeria, Peace and Unity, Our Pride. NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. It is indeed the festival that unites the nation. What would you have to say?
Well, I appreciate the fact that God gave us tradition. God gave us a culture that is unique and, of course, that is supreme to the Western culture. Our culture commands respect, honor for the others. Our culture gives us peace. Our culture gives us unity. Our culture is indeed beautiful. I think we need to put our hands together for our culture. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate our cultural heritage as we have the next state.
Kwara State. Kwara State. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite our diversity as a nation, we indivisible nation. What you are witnessing is the sights and thrills from this beautiful nation called Nigeria. Is it our dances? Is it our cuisine? Our fashion? What about our innovation? Nigeria is a land of limitless opportunities, and if culture is properly packaged, it will become Nigeria's new oil. Our culture is truly our pride. Let's put our hands together for Kwara State. Kwara State hosted NAFEST in the year 2012 with the theme Culture, Peace and Economic Empowerment.
I like to say one or two things about Kwara State. The state that produced the immediate past Senate President. Kwara State is referred to as the state of harmony in Nigeria. Harmony Troop indeed is present in this celebration. Just as my colleague said, Kwara State hosted NAFEST in the year 2012. And of course, it was created in 1967, a two-time winner of Africa Drum Festival.
The next state is Lagos State. Eko Nibaje. Lagos State. Lagos State.
Let me say something. I like to say that Lagos State, being the state of excellence, are they still there? Lagos State. Thank you. Lagos State has just passed. This is Nasarawa coming in after Lagos State has just passed. I'd like to inform you that Lagos State started as a camp created by Oba Orogboa of Benin Kingdom. And I'd like to describe them as a return of the native to the land of Benin. Lagos State remains part and parcel of the old Benin Empire. And here we have Nasarawa State. It prides itself as a home of solid minerals. The state was created in 1996. It has done well in previous editions of National Festival of Arts and Culture. As slated to beat for 5 years consecutively. The people are hospitable and always receptive. Here is Oyo State.
Oyo State. The state is homogeneous, comprising in the main people of the Yoruba ethnic group who speak the Yoruba language. Like all other Yorubas, they claim descent from Oduduwa. They are rich in culture and believe in strong kingship ties as a means of holding the society together. This is revealed in the extended family system. It is pleasant to note that the relationship between these different ethnic groups have waxed so strong that intermarriages are common features, especially between the host Yorubas and other ethnic groups in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for Oyo State. Yes. The next state is River State, the treasure base of the nation. In 2018, we were in River State. River State, the treasure base of the nation. We were in River State in 2018, and we celebrated the best of our culture. NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. River State hosted the festival in 2018 with the theme, Our Festivals, Our Pride. Our festivals, our heritage. Let's put our hands together for River State, the treasure base of the nation. Last year too, River State got first position at NAFEST 2018. Overall first position at NAFEST 2018. River State, the treasure base of the nation. River State also hosted NAFEST in 1982 with the theme Visual Arts. Can we put our hands together for River State, the treasure base of the nation? The sights and thrills from this beautiful country called Nigeria, a land of limitless opportunities. And this sector, no one is a failure. Culture can put food on the tables of millions of Nigerians if properly harnessed. Welcome to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. At NAFEST, you have a potpourri of sorts from the south, from the east to the west, from the west to the north. Welcome to NAFEST, holding here in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation and the home of culture.
Truly, we're the home of culture. We are all brothers and sisters across Nigeria. One cultural affinity to the other. We have no reason to quarrel or fight. We are brothers. We are Nigerians. This festival is uniting us together and making us to be closer to one another, just as the original intention signifies. Right about now, the states are still moving. We have Taraba State, a very beautiful state. Taraba State is one of the states that have made a mark in cultural reawakening. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, Taraba State citizens are marching. And please, shall we celebrate these wonderful people by clapping for them. We have various displays here, such as the mysterious horse from Bauchi State. Wonderful. This is one way to showcase what their heritage is. This is Taraba State. This is Taraba State. Can we put our hands together for Taraba State? Thank you.
Taraba State at the National Festival of Arts and Culture, holding here in Edo State with the theme, our royalty, our pride. Taraba State, let's put our hands together for Taraba State. That's the sights and thrills from the beautiful people of Taraba State. The National Festival of Arts and Culture is a living acknowledgement of the Council's determination and consistency in unveiling the invaluable abundant resources domiciled in the culture sector, which has the capacity to turn around the economic fortunes of this nation. And since inception in 1970, NAFEST foundational objectives remain the promotion of national peace and unity, as well as serve as the traditional platform for talent hunt, skills development, and marketing the best of Nigeria's cultural heritage as the festival that unites the nation. The theme for this year, our royalty, our pride, was painstakingly selected to celebrate our traditional rulers as custodians of our cultural values and heritage, as well as their distinct role in the promotion, preservation, and transmission of our culture from generation to generation. Welcome to NAFEST, the festival that truly unites the nation. We still have Zamfara State. Zamfara State at NAFEST 2019. Holding in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. This home of culture.
Of course, you are completely right. It is a home of culture. I'd like to recognize a very distinguished son of the soil who has undertaken to lead Edo State today, Right Honorable Dr. Omoyege Ogbede Ihama, BN, Chairman House Committee on Culture and Tourism. He has offered to join the Honorable Commissioner of Arts and Culture to lead Edo State troop.
Let's put our hands together for Zamfara State. The next we'll have is Edo State. We'll start with the local government areas, followed by the contingent from Edo State. But they will be led by the Chairman, House Committee on Culture and Tourism, and the Honorable Commissioner of Arts and Culture in Edo State. Let's put our hands together for Edo State. After 40 years, Edo is hosting.
Yes, indeed, after 40 years, Edo Nusama, Edo Newaire, Wayak Boboni Yuwaro, Abba Tokpe, Edo Newaire. Indeed, Edo has given birth to so many tribes in Nigeria, both in Delta State, in Cross River State, and so many other states. When it was an empire, Edo has the greatest monarch in the world. I can see Right Honorable Omoyege Ogbede Ihama, Chairman, House Committee on Culture and Tourism, joined by his brother, Honorable Osaze Osemige Ero, Honorable Commissioner for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Diaspora Affairs. His wife is also here, Mrs. Ivie Osemige Ero, and his father, Chief Osemige Ero JP, the Edoba Yokai of Benin Kingdom. Edo is the largest producer of cassava, the largest producer of solid minerals in Akoko Edo. Edo was created in 1991 from the then Bende State. Edo has witnessed tremendous transformation. In the last 3 years, Governor Godwin Noyasa Baseki has transformed Edo State to a state of Eldorado, a state where milk and honey flow. Edo is the heartbeat of the nation. Edo is the home of culture. Edo is where the king is truly king. Ewa Nukbogeva Ogidigan is the king of Benin. You can see that the Edo women are looking so radiant, appealing, and beautiful. I'd like to thank you, DJ Emoji. DJ Emoji, thank you very much. Can you hit it more? Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate Edo people. Let's celebrate Edo State. Abba Tokpe. Umogua Tokpe. Seki Atokpe.
Welcome to Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. A land flowing with milk and honey. A land of royalty. Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation.
Let me invite Professor Sir Victor Uwaifo to step on the stage to perform. Professor Victor Uwaifo to please step on the stage to perform. We now feature Professor Sir Victor Uwaifo.
Yes, we just saw the participants from Edo State, and it's been very wonderful. You can see the rich cultural heritage of the people there. Edo State, Benin, the host, known for its rich cultural heritage and royal splendor. Yes, indeed, the heartbeat of the nation, and because of its cosmopolitan tendencies, it has the high presence of residents from across the country, and with languages Igara, Edo, Esako, Afemai, Esan, and Okwamere. And just a little brief about Benin City, the capital city of the heartbeat of Nigeria. It is an ancient city spanning over 700 years. It prides itself in an established monarchy and royal protocol. Most parts of its history is better told in bronze casting, and it boasts of developed artifacts like ivory, iron, and decorative plaques, and has continued to attract world attention. And at Igun Street, described as the home of Guild of Benin bronze casters. It also produces bronze and Benin heads and statues of Obas, queens, and associated ceremonial royal motifs. It has the history of being one of the foremost destinations of Europeans during their exploration of the African continent many centuries ago.
This is an explosion of sound coming to you live from our music workshop, an evolution of our musical cultural heritage. Hey, Casa! Hold it! Here comes the bulldozer, staccato, percussive, sasakosa sound. Do it! Hey, Casa! Akwete! Mutaba! Biti. Okana fina bao. Okana fina bao. Okana fina bao. Ulaga me na gbenu laga me gbenu laga ulaga me gbenu laga me ulaga me gbenu laga me egbe bolozo egbe bolozo ya be oba be ma lo ko de gbenu laga me egya ko gbe ma kweku roda ko be ni ga nore ulaga gbenu laga me ulaga laga gbenu laga me gbenu laga me amaga la pari gbenu laga me unorie ke ga mure gbenu laga me gbenu laga me unu legile ya bra la ya ma ya sinota apele go garie ke eya ko bo gba be no pa laga gbenu laga gbenu laga gbenu laga ulaga me gbenu laga me gbenu laga ulaga me gbenu laga me gbenu laga me gbenu laga 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 Karaguke
78-year-old Sir Victor Uwaifo, a musician, writer, sculptor, and musical instrumentalist. He was Commissioner for Arts and Culture in Edo State under the government of Lofty, and he's famous for his songs like Joromi, Guitar Boy, Kirikisi, and he's also the category of musical legends like Victor Uwaifo, Olaiya, Rex Luxin, and of course late Sonny Okosun, and so many others. And reports arrived that like so many successful musicians in the country and other artists, he has a root with the Nigerian Television Authority, the largest television network in Africa. And an occasion like this wouldn't have been complete. I dare to say an occasion like this wouldn't have been complete if he's not here performing on stage. Lover of Culture, his arts gallery here in Benin is one of the sites earmarked to be visited by the NAFEST team, and the 7 days the event is going to take place. Nsanda, what do you make of this? This is wonderful.
Okay, what is even more interesting about this whole thing is that I would like to add the professor to his name. Professor Sir Victor Uwaifo is 78 years old. It is unbelievable. When he comes on stage, everywhere is electrified. You cannot simply sit down when Sir Victor Uwaifo is playing. Look at what is happening. Just look at that. 70 years old, 78, and is playing this much? Wow. Love him, and everybody loves him. Indeed, he's a true icon, a true legend of Edo, of Nigeria, of Africa, and indeed the world over.
All right, enough of the talks. Let's listen to more of this and maybe be on the dance floor as well.
Jeremy and one show number. In the summer of 1965, something had happened on the west coast of Africa that had never happened before. The persistent rhythm of African drums rode on the wings of the African Sahara Airlines into Europe. Mahogany-skinned hostesses stepped into exotic nightclubs with a song on their lips and a dance step to go with it. Every white boy struck tone deaf and racial blind by racial prejudice asked with a glint in their eyes, "What is this song that you sing and this dance that you do?" The inquirers always got the same answers. The song is Joromi. And the creator is Sir Victor Uwaifo. Over 50 years ago, This song that has remained relevant all over the world, the way I did it over 50 years ago, I'm going to do it again today, the same way, but with a little bit of staccato.
The famous Joromi song, written and sung 50 years ago. You can see people dancing. Nobody can hold themselves together when you hear the song. Excitement all over in the air. Lots of dance. You can't just sit with this great lyric and sung indeed. Wow, great.
If you see mommy water, never you run away. Never run away, Victor Uwaifo.
Abuja village. Its history is the history of 5,000 inhabitants that have come together.
Who are the troublemakers? Who are the troublemakers? And who are the people who are not lovers of peace and concord?
Madam ASP. Hey, I'm glad to see you here for my bow. I beg you, can let me give you ASP drink. Me, I will pay the money.
Amebo means the favorite wife of a man who has more than one wife. She's the one the man tells everything.
Originally, the program set out to entertain, to take the village headmaster's situation in any of our villages and reveal to everybody the things that went on.
A special documentary on the 50 years anniversary of the iconic drama series, The Village Headmaster, showing on the NTA network service Wednesday, 23rd October 2019 at 8:05 p.m. Watch out.
There is an epidemic affecting India.
I start now. Yes. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, my boss, Governor Godwin Inogagase Obaseki, our vacancy governor, Our Excellency, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, our mother of our state, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, my leader, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu, and his amiable, beautiful wife, Miriam Shaibu. My big brother, my leader, our rock, he is Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, our own leader, the Secretary to the State Government, Osarodion Ogwe Eskaya, the Head of Service, Eyozua, here present, my friend, my brother, the Chief of Staff to the Edo State Government, Taiwo Akerele, Triple Chief, the Director General of National Council for Arts and Culture, Olusegun Ronsewe, the man of the moment, the man that is unifying Nigeria. And I quote His Royal Majesty,
when he said this is a man the country should celebrate. We thank you so much. My brother is here, Honorable Engineer Ogbede Yama, Right Honorable, the Chairman, House Committee on Culture and Tourism in the Federal House of Rep, the man that supported Edo State in get hosting rights last year in Port Harcourt. We thank you. All commissioners here present, my colleagues, especially the commissioners from Delta State, Enugu, and Imo, here present. All local government chairmen here present. I recognize our traditional rulers, our chiefs, and representatives of His Royal Majesty, Omonoba Nedo Uku Akpolokpolo, Oba Eware II, Nogidiga, Omonoba Atokbe. I recognize the House of Assembly leader, my friend, my brother, Right Honorable Roland Asoro, and the beautiful wife. Please, an omission, I recognize the presence of the Chief Judge of this state, Mrs. Ikbohe. I'm not used to this, Your Excellency. Please, I recognize all the chiefs here present and others. And permit me, I recognize my parents here present. My parents are here. My beautiful wife is here. My brothers and sisters, my friends of the Evergreen that came in from London and America and Canada to support us in this. I welcome everybody, and please permit me to recognize other people here present. Gentlemen of the press, we are glad that we are here today celebrating our culture, celebrating what God has blessed Edo with. Edo State is richly blessed with a lot of cultural heritage that is second to none in the world. We are blessed with the most revered monarch of the world, His Royal Majesty, Omonoba Nedo Uku Akpolokpolo, Oba Eware II Nogidiga, who has supported this ministry and gave a blessing and endorsement of this National Festival of Art and Culture 2019. We carefully chose our royalty, our pride, because of our rich heritage. And we can't be here today without appreciating His Excellency Governor Godwin Enogegase Obaseki, who has put in a lot in reawakening our culture in this state. When the governor came on board 3 years ago, he carefully chose culture and tourism as one of the 6 thematic pillars of his government, because he knows the value of our culture and our tourism. Mr. Governor has strived very well in education. He has strived well in health and infrastructure. And of course, Your Excellency, I think Edo people and the country at large, we give you 100% in culture too. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today. I've lost my voice. I'm excited. I'm very happy that this is happening for the first time. Edo is hosting this great event for the very first time in 40 years. And this is the 32nd edition. We are blessed with culture. It has never happened before, but because of the pragmatic and belief of His Excellency, this is happening. We have a lot of excitement mapped out for this 1 week period. We have our beautiful cultural festival village, which is the Obakenzoa Cultural Center, that His Excellency has revamped and built up to world-class standard. All the activities were happening there. Today, this evening, we have the command performance at the Cultural Center from 7 p.m., where we'll be watching Inekigidi as directed by Lancelot Imaswe Oduwa. It's going to be very interesting. Tomorrow, we have competitive and non-competitive events at the Cultural Center. And again, every evening, we'll have the entertainment stage at Igun Street. We carefully chose Edo Street because of its importance to Edo State and because the governor is pushing hard for the restitution of our artifacts that were stolen from us in 1897. We are working hard. Again, on the 23rd, we'll be having other events at the Cultural Center in the evening. On the 24th is our Royal Splendor Day, that all the delegates and participants will be in the palace of His Royal Majesty to pay him an homage. We need to honor our Oba because we revere him so much. On the 25th, Our Excellency, our mother, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, will be hosting the children from the 30 states in Benin City. And that evening as well, we'll be showcasing a motor drama at the Oba Kenzwa Cultural Center. On the 26th, on Saturday the 26th, we'll be having a royal golf tournament at the golf course. And His Royal Majesty, Omanamba Edo, has graciously agreed to come and tee off the tournament at the golf course. This is the first time it's opening. We are all going to be wearing our traditional attires to play the golf. And of course, our number one citizen, His Excellency, and the Deputy Governor will be on ground. And by the grace of God, I will be getting my handicap on that day as well. Ladies and gentlemen, after the Royal Golf Tournament, we will come back here and where all the medals and trophy will be presented to the state. And His Excellency, the Governor, will declare the event closed. We are ready. Edo State is hosting to win all the medals. And I want to thank you for your time. This is the home of hospitality. This is the home of culture. And culture has come back home to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much and welcome. Oba Tokbe!
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it will interest you to know that you asked for it and you are getting it here in Benin. Some time ago, the Presidential Guard Brigade, Abuja, performed in Edinburgh, Scotland. And when His Excellency the Governor saw their performance, he insisted that they must perform in the National Festival of Arts and Culture. Your Excellency, may I present to you the Presidential Guard Brigade, Abuja, led by Captain H.T. Takwai, Assistant Director, Army Public Relations Guard Brigade. I now invite Captain H.T. Takwai to take charge of the parade. All directors of the 36 states should please meet the Edo State Director of Arts and Culture in front of the entrance. And all local government participant heads should please also meet the Director, Arts Council. There is also free skills acquisition program at Oba Kenzwa, the Second Cultural Center. Your Excellencies, participating in this festival from Edo State are the 18 local government councils: Oredo, Ego, Ikpobaoka, Oriamo, Ohuode, Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest, Esako Central, Esako Northeast, Esako West, Owan West, Owan East, Esan Central, Esan Northeast, Igweben, Esan West, Akoko Edo, and Esan Southeast. May I invite the officer to take charge.
Thank you, Mr. Terry Idaho. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to further strengthen the already existing civil-military relationship, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai, directed the Nigerian Army to be part of this historic occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019, in line with its vision, which is to have a professionally responsive Nigerian army in the discharge of its constitutional roles. Your Excellencies, today the Nigerian army is being represented by the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat Team and the Presidential Guards Brigade. Without any further ado, may I at this moment invite the combat team of the Nigerian Army Women Corps for their performance. The combat team, please. Your Excellencies, from the left of the VIP stand, we have the combat team that will soon be accompanied by the Guards Brigade bagpipers. There we can see them making their entry. At the front is the Guards Brigade bagpipers. It will interest all to know that the role of the Guards Brigade bagpipers is to accompany the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria during any national assignment. And there we can see them accompanying the combat team for the first performance on this auspicious occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST 2019, taking place here in Edo State. It will also interest our dignitaries to know that the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai, under his able leadership, that the Nigerian Army Women Corps was established. It has never been before in the history of the Nigerian Army. There we can see the combat team advancing forward for the commencement of their display. There we can see the leader, Lieutenant Quintina, just advance forward to pay compliment to His Excellency and invited guests for the commencement of their performance. Permission graciously answered for the commencement of the performance. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the submission of the parade stage by Lieutenant Quintina, we shall be having the performance. The Nigerian Army Women Corps was established in March 2018 under the leadership of the present Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai. There we can see them getting set for the commencement. Shortly we shall be having a countdown. applause for this wonderful performance by the combat team of the Nigerian Army Women's Corps. Shortly, the leader, Lieutenant Quintina Musa, will move forward after the display by the combat team. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it will interest you to know that the Corps headquarters of the Nigerian Army Women Corps is located at Giri, Abuja, and the acting Corps commander is Brigadier General Priye Benjamin Fakruga. Please, another resounding round of applause for the first performance by the combat team. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. The next performance will be by the silent drill platoon of the Guards Brigade. May I at this moment invite them for their performance. The silent drill platoon. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the wonderful performance by the Nigerian Army Women
made up of the female gender, 80 female soldiers there on parade. The commander is Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Usman. And the theme of this parade is vigilance and sacrifice, with the scorpion as the mascot. Protection of the presidency and FCT is the sole responsibility. And now we have another performance by the Nigerian Army.
There we can see them marching forward for the commencement of their display. The Commander Guards Brigade is Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Usman. May I quickly invite the silent drill platoon for their display. The silent drill platoon. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, marching forward is the Guards Brigade silent drill platoon. Advancing forward for the commencement of the display on this historic occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. Silent drill, a performance to witness any day, anytime. Getting set for the commencement of their performance. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, the silent drill platoon, it's all all about the performance without any order being dished out. They all know what move to make at any given point. Here we shall be witnessing dexterity, synchronization of footsteps, as well as mastery of weapon handling. Here we can see compliment paid in the military way to His Excellency the Governor of Edo State as part of the performance in this unique display. The song being rendered by the Guards Brigade Band is titled Conquerors. It was composed by Lila N. Morris. Here we can see the silent drill platoon having broken into 4 parts as part of the formations in their display. It will interest our dignitaries to know that the silent drill platoon we are witnessing this afternoon on this historic occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019, where in Edinburgh, Scotland, in August, where they represented our great nation, Nigeria, as well as the entirety of Africa, where they performed tremendously well amongst world countries that came also for the event. The silent drill platoon were not just there alone, but they were also performing alongside the Guards Brigade Band. And we're having them here performing on this unique occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, under the able leadership and direction of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai, who directed the Nigerian Army to be part of this historic occasion. The Nigerian Army contingent is being represented here, as I earlier mentioned, by the Nigerian Army Women Corps, as well as the Presidential Guards Brigade. Beautiful formations being showcased out here for this epoch-making event, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. Yet another aspect of this performance, we can see the different formations being done with the weapons, precision, dexterity, mastery of weapons being expressed here, silent drill. Always a lovely sight to behold. The Guards Brigade Silent Drill Platoon. Please, a round of applause for this wonderful performance showcased so far by the Silent Drill Platoon. As I earlier mentioned, they did our nation proud out there during the Royal Military Edinburgh Tattoo, where they performed tremendously well amongst world countries that came for the occasion. We can see the different formations. This is truly unique. They all know at what point to do what move. It took weeks and months of rehearsals to be able to have the best, which we are showcasing today on this historic occasion. performance showcasing the various aspects that we are involved in. It is not just about defense of the territorial integrity of our nation, but the Nigerian Army has all spheres of life being represented. The music is there, sports, medicine, engineering, just name it. All you need to do is to join the military and be the best that you can. It will interest our dignitaries to know that the composition of this silent drill platoon is 30 soldiers, 15 female personnel, and 15 males. Please, a very sounding round of applause for the performance showcased so far by the silent drill platoon, all in commemoration of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. There we are about to see another performance which will shortly be shown. There we can see a posture of a group photograph. Please, a very sounding round of applause for this formation by the silent drill platoon. Lovely. Compliment paid the military to His Excellency after a wonderful performance by the silent drill platoon. Please, another deserving round of applause for the performances that have just been showcased by the silent drill platoon. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, with the performance by the silent drill platoon over, shortly it will be the performance by the Guards Brigade Band, all in commemoration of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. There we can see the Guards Brigade Band advancing forward for the commencement of their display. We can listen to the beautiful tunes being rendered by the Guards Brigade Band. The title of their performance is War Formation. And the melody being rendered is titled Conquerors. It's a hymn that was composed by Lyra N. Morris. We can see the different formations as they play their different instruments, as they synchronize their steps, all knowing where to be and what formation to make. As I earlier mentioned, a lot of people will be thinking of joining the Nigerian Army and be part of the music aspect. It is all there and more. Music, medicine, sports, just name it. It is all in the Nigerian Army. All you need to do is to enroll and be the best that you can. The Guards Brigade Band representing here on the commemoration of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. As I earlier mentioned, they were also at Scotland, where they participated during the Royal Military Edinburgh Tattoo, where both countries were there to take part. The Guards Brigade Band along the silent drill platoon were are all there to make our great nation proud. And they are here today as part of the contingent to represent under the able leadership of the amiable Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai, in line with his vision, which is to have a professionally responsive Nigerian army in the discharge of its constitutional roles. Here we can see at the center the drum major anchoring the both parts of the band are just broken into two and making their way back to form yet another formation. The melody being rendered right now is titled I Remember When I Was a Soldier. It is a traditional folk tune that was composed by work of Sir Abdul Muhammad. It brings feelings of excitement to all retired personnel. Whenever this song is being rendered, it reminds them of when they were in active service, both veterans and personnel that were in the military. Shortly, we shall be having a rendition that will be commanded by the officer commanding Guards Brigade Band, Major Raphael Mbene. There we can see him having marched forward to conduct the performance. Yes, Your Excellencies, the melody being rendered right now is titled Osamudiame, meaning God has stood with me and deserves praise. It is from the Benin culture that this melody was composed. Please a round of applause for this wonderful performance, Osamudiame. Yes, and the melody that just transited is titled, as I earlier mentioned, I Remember When I Was a Soldier. That brings back feelings to retired personnel and veterans that were once in the service. Please, a round of applause for the Guards Brigade Band after the wonderful display on this auspicious occasion. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, shortly we shall be having yet another unique display, which is the unarmed combat. With the performance by the Guards Brigade Band, next is the unarmed combat. There we can see a soldier, Lance Corporal Inze Chidere, returning from work. This performance is all about self-defense. It is not always that weapons are being used for defense. There we can see a bandit trying to scratch her back. There we can see the struggle. He removes the weapon, trying to attack her. There she brings him down. Self-defense, trying to snatch her back, trying to battle with a female. She has been trained in the art of unarmed combat. There she brings him down. His friend comes with a machete, defends herself, and brings him down. Please, a round of applause for this self-defense. Please, it is a call for all agile young male and female to join the military and be the best you can to toughen yourselves for life's challenges. Please, another resounding round of applause for this unarmed combat, the art of self-defense. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, next will be a performance by the Guards Brigade Band, Silent Drill Platoon, and the combat team of the Nigerian Army Women Corps. May I invite them for this combined performance. Your Excellencies, before the combined performance, there we can see also a performance by the Silent Drill team in fusion with the Guards Brigade Band. Showcasing the rich cultures of the Nigerian nation, where we shall be having all the geopolitical regions represented. We have a box formation being formed while the cultural troops form in. It will interest our dignitaries to know that all the cultural troops are soldiers. All the cultural troops are soldiers drawn from Nigerian army formations. We have the geopolitical regions being represented here. In the front, we have Sango, the god of thunder, moving around, being angered by his ministers, while his wife, Oya, pleads with him to have mercy before consuming them, while the Fulani cultural group are the ones in front, showcasing the rich culture of the Fulani people. They are predominantly cattle rearers. The second people represented right now is the rich culture of the Yoruba people. The Yoruba are one of the largest ethnic groups in the south of the Sahara Desert, showcasing their rich culture. Next is the Bagi group. The Bagi group are predominantly found in the central Nigeria. Their major occupation is farming. We can see the cultural dance of the Bagi people, showcasing their rich culture. This is a display of cultures in diversity, where we have all the geopolitical regions represented in the Nigerian army. We have all the cultures in as much as you want to enroll and be part of defending the territorial integrity of our nation. We have all aspects of life in the military, be it medicine, sports, culture, where we can see the dance performances, name them. All you need to do is just to enroll into the military and be the best that you can. Yes, there we can see the rich culture of the Igbo people, the The Igbo people are the ethnic group found in present-day South Central and Southeastern Nigeria. Next, Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, are the Tiv people all the way from Benue State. They can be found also in Taraba and Nasarawa states, going down showcasing the Swange dance, the rich culture of the Benue people. While Sango is still being annoyed with his ministers after they wanted to dethrone him, his wife Oya was pleading for him to have mercy on his ministers. Yes, Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, the Edo cultural troupe just stepped forward to showcase the rich culture of the state that is hosting this historic occasion. Please, a round of applause for this display of the Edo cultural troops. As I earlier mentioned, we have all the geopolitical regions represented in the Nigerian army, while we have a box formation showcasing the defense of the territorial integrity of our great nation, Nigeria, being formed by the Guards Brigade Band as well as the Silent Drill Platoon. Lovely performance being showcased there, all in commemoration of the National Festival for Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. Please, a round of applause for this wonderful performance, as the song that just entered is titled, I Love Nigeria. It was composed by a legendary musician of Nigeria, Oweka Owenu. Please, a round of applause for this wonderful performance, showcasing the rich culture of the Nigerian heritage. Most distinguished invited guests, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we've been witnessing unique performances that commenced with the combat team of the Nigerian Army Women Corps and dovetailed to the Silent Drill Platoon. And later, we had the Guards Brigade Band, and we just witnessed a performance by the Guards Brigade Band, Silent Drill Platoon in fusion with the cultural troops. Shortly, Your Excellencies, we shall be having the final performance by the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat Team. Compliment paid to His Excellency after a wonderful performance by the Guards Brigade Band, Silent Drill Platoon, as well as the cultural troops. Please, a round of applause for them as they exit the arena of display after a wonderful performance. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, shortly, Your Excellencies, we shall be having the Nigerian Army Women Corps march forward for their combat march. From the left of the VIP stand, they are set for the performance. Invite the Nigerian Army Women Corps for the final performance. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, due to the asymmetric nature of warfare today in the world, the Nigerian Army has taken interest in the training of women officers and soldiers to play their role. The Nigerian Army Women Corps was established in March 2018 under the leadership of the present Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Burutai. The essence of establishing the Women Corps is to ensure optimal performance of women towards enhancing the Nigerian Army operational efficiency, as well as to allow them aspire to the peak of their officers and their careers. The vision of the Corps is to provide competent female officers and soldiers poised to take effective action in support of all Nigerian Army operational engagements. As I earlier mentioned, the acting Corps Commander is Brigadier General Priye Benjamin Fakruga, whose mission is to train professionally responsive female officers and soldiers that can be deployed to support the Nigerian Army in all its operational engagements. Today, Your Excellencies, we have a guard from the Women's Special Operation Battalion, which is the first of its kind in the Nigerian Army. Please, a round of applause for them as they pay compliment to His Excellency on this unique occasion, the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST Edo 2019. The battalion is being commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Susan Johnson Dibal. The mascot of the Nigerian Army Women's Corps is the Nightingale Bird, which signifies alertness. Here we can see the combat team of the Women Corps advancing forward after their combat match, showcasing their agility whenever called upon to showcase and to contribute their role in the Nigerian Army operations. Yes, the next moving is a combination of the Guards Brigade Band and the Silent Drill Platoon after a wonderful performance. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, with the performance by the Nigerian Army contingent, this brings us to the end. Please, a round of applause for the wonderful performances. May I once again hand over the microphone to the MC, Mr. Terry Isaac Sidaho, for the continuity of this historic occasion. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, my brother, Captain Tagwai. Captain H.T. Tagwai has done a very beautiful job. But very quickly, Two-Face Baba will be showing on the stage. If you are the pilots of all three, you are blocking someone. Please, can we have some security around?
Please, someone has lost his phone. If you find it, please bring it to where we are here. Before we take Two-Face Baba, there are two states that are still hanging. Permit me, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, to invite Ogun State to take their march past, and then Bauchi State. Ogun State, if you are there, please, can you step forward for your march past? And then Bauchi State. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ogun State had a slight breakdown Ogun State. The sights and sounds from Ogun State at the National Festival of Arts and Culture with the theme Our Royalty, Our Pride. And Ogun State hosted NAFEST in year 2005 with the theme Culture as a Tool for National Reform. Can we put our hands together for Ogun State? Let's put our hands together for Ogun State, please. Or else too, Baba won't come home. Bauchi State, are you there? Or the mysterious horse, are you there? Okay, we are taking only Ogun State. Bauchi, the mysterious horse, please quickly, so that we can take okay, thank you. And there are many prominent men and women that are from Ogun State. Please, can you move faster? The sights and tours from Ogun State at the 32nd National Festival of Arts and Culture taking place in Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation, the home of culture. And today I heard
Okay, before all of this, we watched quite a performance, a very serious and yet entertaining one from the military there, the combat theme, and of course, the Guards Brigade Band of the Nigerian Army, together with their cultural troop, still emphasizing unity in diversity, with all their grills and wonderful explicit performance. Now, over time, Nigerians have agreed that the National Arts Festival is a demonstration of the critical relevance of culture in forging national unity, peace, mutual understanding, and for building bridges of love and friendship across the different ethno-religious divides in Nigeria. This, apart from all, this is what this is about. And guess who is on the podium?
I see you. I see you. NAFEST. One love. One love. Hey. I see you. I see you. One love. One love. Hey. One love. NAFEST. Roll. Hey.
I told you earlier that there's a palpable excitement of the arena today. No other but Innocent Uja Idibia, known by his stage name as Tubaba. Two-Face, Tubaba, I beg your pardon, is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, record producer, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and an activist. And prior to July 2014, he went by the stage name Two-Face Idibia. He's married to Anna Idibia. And also to let you know that he started his musical career as a group known as the Plantation Boys. But the band broke up and his members went solo. Innocent Tubaba Idibia is Africa's most decorated and awarded artist. Tubaba has received one MTV Europe Music Award, one World Music Award, 5 Headies Awards, 4 Channel O Music Video Award, 1 BAT Award for his musical work, 4 MTN Africa Music Awards, amongst many others. A true music legend. Let me let you enjoy.
Just the other day I saw on CNN, brutal killing of each other by 2 friends. Without the picture. NAFEST. I said, just the other day I saw on CNN an attempt to blow up a plane by a Nigerian. Then they call us terrorists now. Then they call us terrorists now.
But you and I know, all of us know, we are not terrorists. We are just bad sharp guys in the building. That's why I want to say, all we need is one love, one love. All we need is one love, one love, one love. Hey, all we need is one love. Edo, 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 one love. Hey, one love. 'Cause we struggle and hustle and laughing and crying and shout and do it all together. We're stuck together. We cannot live without each other. All we need is one love. Irrespective of your color, your religion or political border. All we need is one love. My people hold it, embrace it, express it, and show it. 'Cause I know it is the answer. Ah, yeah. My love is here to stay. I promise to love you every day. Oh my Seri, no breaking me. 'Cause when I remember that song, okay, look at the job in my memory. Just to make you bounce. no one to call my brother. Without you, there'll be no one to call my neighbor. Without you, there'll be no one to show I care. Oh, without you, there'll be no me. That's why I say, I don't want you to look at me like a stranger. I don't want to come across you like just another brother. I know you cannot trust nobody, but you have to trust someone. Oh, that's why I want you to see me. Everybody, sing along, say. Sing along, sing along. Without you, there'll be no one to call my African queen. Oh, without you, there'll be no me. That's what I say. I don't want you to look at me like a stranger. I don't want to come across you like just another brother. I know you cannot trust nobody, but you have to trust someone. Oh, that's why I want you to see me as your brother. Sing along, say. Sing along, say. Hey, brother. Sing along, say. Hey, brother. Oh, hey, brother. Hey, everybody bless you. Bless you. Edo State. Bless you. Everybody bless you. Edo State. Bless you. Nigeria. Bless you. Bless you. Everybody bless you. Bless you. Bless us. Receive. Hey, me and you supposed to chop together. One Niger together. NAFEST together. Edo State together. Anything we chop together. Government house together. The Ghana Moscow together. Anything we chop together. One love together. One love together. Anything we do together. Anything we see together. Good road together. Good school together. Good hospital together. Anything we chop together. Anything we chop, make we chop up together. Anything we be, make we be up together. Anything we do, make we do up together. Anything we be, make we rock up together. Hey, brother. Hey, brother. Edo State. Hey, brother. NAFEST, one love. Oh, but the time is only for here.
We're saving the best for the last. Hold on. The best is yet to come. He's not leaving. We want to keep him in the cooler first. He will come in 10 minutes time. 10 minutes. Kulu temper. Two-Face Baba will come in 10 minutes. He wants to rest. He will give the last very soon. He's going to play 3 times. Is that okay? He has played once, remaining 2 times.
You can see there was an uproar when Tu Baba came up the podium, and he's taking a break, but I'm sure that he'll be coming back in a short while. Just a short reminder that the National Festival for Arts and Culture was established in 1970 after the end of the Nigerian Civil War to help promote national unity. Now, the festival coordinates, preserves, promotes, and presents the very best of a country's arts and culture. During the festival, Nigeria's cultural heritage is reflected through various competitive and non-competitive events, including music and dance, traditional wrestling, moonlight games for children, and so on and so forth. The exhibitions and fairs for books, herbs, food, arts and crafts are also put up. And you know, in Benin, we have a rich culture's cuisine. If you've never heard of the black soup, one that you love, very healthy and
Your
very
Excellency,
easy to
ladies and
prepare.
gentlemen, there is no speech today. Yes. There is no speech today. What I've come to tell you is that God loves Nigeria. There is no need for us to disagree. Can you see the beauty of Nigeria? The military, the civilian, everybody together. Ladies and gentlemen, no speech today. Just do me a favor. Tell the person by your left, Edo State is great. And look at your right. Tell the person, Nigerian shall be great again. Good evening and have a lovely time. God bless you all.
All right, very quickly, Right Honorable Dr. Omorege Ogbede Aman, the Chairman, House Committee on Culture and Tourism, will be talking to us. Let's celebrate him. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. NAFEST Edo. Say hey. NAFEST Edo. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of our dear state, Governor Godwin Obaseki, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of our state, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shuaibu, Your Excellency, the First Lady of Edo State, who was here earlier on with us. Permit me, the Director General, National Council of Arts and Culture, Otumba Rusewe, my cousin, friend, the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Edo State, Honorable Sazer Ero. Permit me to stand on already established protocols. Today is not actually a speech-making day. Today is for us to celebrate history that has been set up today, that Edo State is hosting National Festival of Arts and Culture for the first time in about 40 years. Are you not happy? Are you not happy? I want to thank all those who have stood firm to make this possible. You know, without the state government, we will not be here celebrating today. Have it not be so? So let us thank His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, and his ever-working Deputy Governor for standing firm to support this NAFEST 2019. For those of us in the National Assembly, for my committee, we have committed to always support culture and tourism across the country. That's why I remain very determined in Port Harcourt last year when the Honorable Commissioner approached me that Edo State wishes to host the next edition, which is what we are doing today. Even though I didn't know I might come back to be chairman, culture and tourism, we stood firm to fight 5 other states to make sure that this thing came to Edo State to meet the desire of our executive governor. Together, God has made it possible for us. And as you know, this is coinciding with the 3rd year anniversary of our very revered monarch, Omonobanedo Ukwa-Polopolo Oba Eware, as well as his birthday. So that tells you that everything happening is happening by the grace of God. I mean, not be so. So I thank you, Mr. Governor. I thank you, DG Otumbari Sewe. I thank the Commissioner. I thank all Edo State indigenes. I thank you for your endless support. I thank you for your love for our culture, and together we'll continue to drive and revive it. God bless you, and I wish you a very, very happy celebration all through the week. Thank you so much. I love you all in Edo State. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Two-Face says he's not performing again. Do you want Two-Face, Idibia? Do you want Two-Face, Baba? Let me invite one more time to the stage Two-Face Idibia. All state directors, please. See those state director of arts at the entrance. All local government heads should also see the director there. Thank you. And head of socials from all the states. See Edo State Director for Arts and Culture is at the entrance to the main bowl.
Okay, now we'll continue our grace. We will continue our grace. Hey. Edo. Naso. Hey, as I want grace, I want to remember you for my loving grace. As I want grace, I want to remember you for my loving grace. Oh yeah, make us start to do the gaga shuffle. Start to do the gaga shuffle. Oh yeah. Make us start to do the gaga shuffle. Start to do the gaga shuffle. NAFEST, hey, pam. Now so, Edo State, hey, I no go lie for you. I want to tell you true. Anyhow, anything they do you, make you know say they do many other people. Hey, I have a every day. Many people need I got today. So make me fire, make me pull up. Ready for the turn up, everybody start to feel it. Hey, so make me follow me go, make we start to run. Hey, anywhere we go, they start to get as I want grace.
This is Oja village. Its history is the history of 5,000 inhabitants that have come together.
Thank you for joining us on Nationwide. We apologize for starting late due to NAFEST Edo 2019, but I will say it is a beautiful display of our cultural heritage. But let's begin with the news. I'm Ruth Aguela. President Muhammadu Buhari has left Abuja for Sochi, Russian Federation ahead of the 3-day Russia-Africa Summit. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the president was sent off at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by the Minister of the FCT, Mohammed Musa Bello, his Chief of Air Staff, Abba Kyari, Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, and other senior government officials, accompanied by the governors of Ekiti, Gombe, and Zamfara states. The president is expected to join other African leaders at the summit, focusing on exploring and expanding opportunities in security, trade and investment, science and technology, as well as gas production. During the summit, President Buhari will hold bilateral discussions with President Vladimir Putin of Russia to further strengthen relations in security, trade and investment, and building partnership that will enhance Nigeria's huge gas potential. As African Business Forum, which will bring together African and Russian business leaders, will also be held towards enhancing Russian investments in Africa and promote African business interests in the Russian Federation. And back home on the judiciary, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has granted the request of the convener of Revolution Now protest, Omoyele Sowore, that the bail conditions imposed on him should be varied. Now, this follows his inability to meet the conditions of his bail. Let's hear from Olabode Arewa.
Taking a cue from the recent ruling by a Federal High Court in Abuja, with varied bail conditions earlier imposed on a detained journalist, Mr. Jones Abiri, Mr. Femi Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is the counsel to Omoyele Sowore and Olawale Bakare, told the court that his clients have not been able to fulfill the bail conditions. Falana argued that Sowore and Bakare's livelihoods were in jeopardy due to their continued detention. Counsel to the DSS, Azan Liman, SAN, however, argued that there were no compelling reasons to ask for bail variation. Relying on the case of Asari Dokubo versus the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Liman argued that the freedom of speech and the freedom of association being touted by Sowore were not superior to national security. In consideration of the discretionary powers of the court, the presiding judge, Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, vacated the requirement for Sowore's sureties to deposit 50 million naira with the court registry. The court also reduced Bakare's bail to 20 million naira.
Neither of them is now required to get a surety to deposit money in line with the decisions of higher courts.
The initial deposit of 50 million naira shall no longer be paid, but they shall execute security for bond.
Omoyele Sowore and Olawale Bakare were arraigned by the DSS on charges of treasonable felony and causing insult to the president. The case is adjourned to the 6th and 7th of November for accelerated hearing. In Abuja, Olabode Arewa, NTA News.
In other news, the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation is sustaining partnerships with relevant groups towards realization of the key components of the civil service strategies and implementation plan. Now, in furtherance of these objectives, members of the National Council on Establishment are participating in a special capacity building program facilitated by the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management in Abuja. Let's hear from Kelvin.
A sign of familiarity and friendship between the Office of the Head of Civil Service and the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. Now, that is being taken further to a partnership that will improve human resource as a critical element in driving development. Constant evaluation and evolving new strategies are what the acting head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yebieson, wants to stress in the implementation of ongoing reforms in the civil service.
There's a change. Civil servants should try to understand the end result of that change process and key into it.
So our collaboration is to help to accelerate the change, to drive the belief.
For members of the National Council on Establishment, made up of state heads of service and permanent secretaries, the take-home message is pursuance of professionalism in state's workforce.
We are here to hear more about new innovations so as to know where we are lacking.
As we emphasize on professionalism here, we hope to get back and also re-emphasize that in Akwa Ibom State.
Elder statesman Dr. Christopher Kolade Baby Ode But his invaluable insights into managing personnel for nation building came in handy for participants through video conferencing. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewonwaye, NTA News.
And on the legislature, the National Assembly is the source for additional sources of funding the nation's armed forces. The Chairman Senate Committee on Defense, Senator Ali Ndume, and his counterpart, Chairman House Committee on Army, Abdulrazak Namadas, gave the hint in an interview with journalists shortly after passing parade of the 78 regular recruits intake of the Nigerian Army Depot Zaria, Kaduna State. In view of prevailing security challenges, the legislators promised to review and increase the 100 billion naira earmarked for defense in 2020 budget proposal submitted to the National Assembly by President Muhammadu Buhari.
That is not enough, and we are looking at it deeply, and we have some window. We are going to do something, despite the fact that the resources are scarce.
The armed forces cannot just be adequately financed just by mere budgets. We have to look beyond the budgets to see how they could be financed to enable also. So that motion has been taken, and we are looking into it. But especially even after the budget, we will look at special funding for the armed forces generally.
And still on budget defense, actual progress in the construction of the 40-year-old Mambila hydroelectric power project in Nigeria has only been witnessed under the President Buhari's administration. Now, this is part of the submission by Minister of Power Saleh Mamman on the status of various power projects in the country at the budget defense before the House Committee on Power. National Assembly correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Discussions were on utilization of 8.5 billion naira released out of the 2019 appropriation of about 12.5 billion naira to the Federal Ministry of Power. The ministry's 2020 budget estimate of 127 billion naira is the second largest budget proposal by President Buhari. Minister of Power Saleh Mamman told the members that the proposed figures will be utilized for execution of projects of maximum impact in line with the next level agenda.
From the generation, transmission and distribution, we are all improving. Right now, we have power on ground that we cannot transmit all, simply because we are on transmission rehabilitation. Once this is done, and we are going to give Nigeria the full supply of electricity.
The committee requested documents on contracts titles, locations, and their expected completion dates for proper legislative oversight.
Nigeria has interest. President Muhammadu Buhari has interest on this Mambila project, and we have to be able to achieve it within these next 4 years.
In the ministry's documents, Kashimbila project is ready for commissioning, while Zungeru hydroelectric power project is also progressing towards completion with an estimated commissioning date of December 2020. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
And talking security now, Musa Arabo, abducted over the weekend, was on Sunday, 20th October, rescued on Hort. The officer was successfully rescued by a combined team of police operatives from Kaduna, Niger, and Zone 7 Command Headquarters, Abuja, backed up by members of the elite special forces of the Niger Police Force. In a statement by DCP Frank Mbab, Force Public Relations Officer says 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the incident, and investigation into the incident is ongoing. And earlier in the day, we're joined by Omali Ben Amedu, a public affairs analyst who spoke on the alleged USSD bank services that mobile network operators are planning to charge subscribers. Let's see it.
Well, I will give it a tag as a total pilferage on Nigerians. Because for everybody that does any electronic transfer or whatever transaction that is done, charges are deducted, and such charges can only be imagined, because you can never imagine. You cannot estimate whatever will be the outcome. It means they are already underrating Nigerian government. No matter the good works the government tries to put on ground, by doing this, it is total disregard of Nigerian laws and whatever is supposed to be put in practice for the economy to grow well. And that means it has gone beyond the level of warning at this time. There should be outright punishment to them, because in law, what you regard as a lack of knowledge is what Nigerians call ignorance. Ignorance means it's from the word ignore. It means you deliberately refuse to obey the laws. That's what the communication outfits are doing. It's outright disregard of Nigerian policies.
Mr. Amedu Ben Omale there talking about the alleged USSD banking charges. All right, let's go on a break. Nationwide continues shortly, so stay with us.
The new edition of TV Guide is out, exclusively taking a look at the traditional television and new media. Are they comparable or complementary? Media industry players give perspective on the trends, progress, challenges, and the way forward. Find out on this compelling edition of TV Guide. Expository interviews with stars of the team within our space. Becky Madajemo of NTA, Tibe Umore of AIT, Nifemi Oguntai of TVC, and a host of others. TV Guide, your indispensable companion. Also feature Ya Medina.
Achieving zero hunger in the country, gains, challenges and prospects is the focus this week on NTA Tuesday Live. The program at 10:30 p.m. this Tuesday promises to be incisive and informative. Don't miss it.
I'm the CEO, managing director of Medina Sister Restaurant. I choose to serve. Shut up your mouth. Let me finish.
A TV drama series on NTA. Let's get to meet the characters behind Ya Medina. This edition also presents exciting features on tourism, culture, entertainment, sports, health, and lots more. Grab a copy at the vendors near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit 2019 holds on the 6th to the 8th of November 2019. The summit will take place at the Banquet Hall Presidential Villa, Abuja, Nigeria. Theme: leveraging diaspora resources for economic growth. Sectors: agribusiness, education, trading, healthcare, entertainment, sports, hospitality and tourism, infrastructure and real estate, manufacturing, extractive industries, telecommunications, technology and innovation, waste management and environmental remediation, transportation. For registration, visit www.ndis.gov.ng. For participation and sponsorship, please call 090-177-77008, 0817-2244-660. Convened by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission.
An award that has succeeded to pool a galaxy of stars from the north, south, east to the west, and central Africa, and also those that are domiciled beyond the shores of Africa under one roof.
Thanks for staying tuned. And it's time we join Dotun Ogunyemi in our Lagos Network Center for more reports. Dotun, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And
welcome to Lagos, where we begin with the power sector. The Senate Committee on Power has directed the management of the Transmission Company of Nigeria to present the specifications of the helicopters needed to enhance its operations. Leader of the committee, Senator Yusuf Abubakar, gave the directive after an inspection of TCN's grounded helicopters proposed for sale in Lagos. Howard Yusuf Jibo reports.
The Senate Committee on Power expressed displeasure over the state of the 4 helicopters which have been abandoned for years. Senator Yusuf Abubakar and his team, after a series of discussion with the management of TCN on the helicopters, say previous costing of the helicopters will be subjected to review by the committee for proper value of each of them.
Well, you see, we are in the next level, as we call it, and these assets, that if we are going to have new ones, I'm sure they will be, fairer, better used, more defined, more modern. And I think, with the commercialized nature of the TCN now, they should be able to put commercial use as to these aircrafts.
Regional Manager TCN Lagos, Lamina Adebola, disclosed that the helicopters have been banned from the airspace. He said the best option was to put them in the market.
In those days past, whenever we have problem with the lines, to make the job very fast so that we can restore the line at a very record time, we make use of the helicopter to do patrol, mostly in dangerous and area that you cannot really access easily.
While 2 of the helicopters, according to the management of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, can be refurbished, the other 2 are no longer serviceable. In Lagos, Awol Yusuf Jibo, NTA News.
And away from legislative oversight functions, the history of slave trade in Nigeria has been told many times over, but telling this story cannot be compared to its experience. The Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabri Erewa, says organizing the Badagry Diaspora Festival is a way of showcasing the untapped opportunities that abound in Nigeria to the world.
Deemed a pilgrimage to the motherland, the journey can only be described as an experience of a lifetime. Walking the slave routes to the point of no return and seeing other relics of the slave trade era, from cannons, slave cells, and a visit to the Akran or Badagry. These diasporans have literally imprinted their feet on African soil, thereafter walking through the door of return. This symbolic walk was part of activities for the 2019 Diaspora Festival, Badagry. The motive of the Diaspora Commission is to show the world the limitless opportunities in Nigeria, its beauty, and the warmth of its people.
And one of the ways to get it done is working with any African, wherever you are in the world. If you don't get involved in developing Africa, then the world will still look down on you. I think that is what I saw here. And that is why I'm glad that our brothers and sisters from the diaspora are coming here. And as they are coming here, they are being led to what they can do in and for Africa, in particular in Nigeria here. It's a land of opportunities.
Dr. David Anderson, who is the leader of the group, says the identity crisis faced by Black Americans and others around the world can be resolved by tracing their roots.
I keep coming back because it inspires me, and I keep bringing other people back so it can inspire them and educate them so we can build bridges of reconciliation between the continent and the diaspora.
I discover a little bit more of who I am, and it's just awesome. I just love the culture, I love the dress, I love the food, I love the people.
The message by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, as it opens the door of return for the 3rd time, is for the world to come to Nigeria and experience history undiluted. In Lagos.
On to health matters, medical experts are advocating regular medical checkup and healthy lifestyle as part of measures to prevent and reduce deaths from cancer and other related diseases. This was at a cancer awareness program in Lagos, a non-governmental organization in collaboration with the Office of the Wife of the Niger State Governor. Apolore Obara reports.
In a bid to reach out to Nigerians in the fight against cancer, Wife of Niger State Governor Dr. Amina Abubakar Bello said cancer care in the country needs concerted efforts of key players in the health sector. She emphasized that the cancer awareness program will ensure that women in Nigeria with cancer will be properly diagnosed and treated.
Cancer is a disease that, if caught early, can be cured. But most cases here in our country, cases are diagnosed late. Mostly because people are ignorant about it. They have misconceptions about what the disease is, and so they don't present themselves early to the hospital. Nigerians, to the detriment of their health, they neglect medical advice and they listen more to their religious leader.
Other medical practitioners also took out time to sensitize Nigerians on the life-threatening disease.
If a patient presents to the hospital early enough, the patient can have curative treatment. In a nutshell, you spend a little money and you get cured for the treatment.
One, there are certain cancers that we can prevent by just giving vaccination. Then there are other cancers we can cure if we pick them up early.
While maintaining that cancer has no known cause, the medical experts, however, warned against reckless lifestyles such as excessive alcohol consumption and smoking. In Lagos, Abolore Gbara, NT News.
And that's our contribution from Lagos. Nationwide continues with Root in Abuja.
Thank you, Dotun, and welcome back to Abuja. But let's take you to Washington, D.C., where to ensure effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, African countries must address corruption and abuse of power in the security sector, as they could impede and raise the cost of trade. General William Ward, former commander of the United States Africa Command, said this in Washington, D.C., while delivering the third Barker Ndai lecture. Leah Katungbaba today has the details.
Barker Ndai was the 5th elected president of the African Development Bank, who put in place various structural initiatives and institutions to boost the development of Africa. The lecture series in his honor is now a side event of the annual meetings of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. In making the AFCFTA succeed, General William Ward said that corruption and abuse of power in the security sector could become significant non-tariff barriers to trade, calling for a continental approach to reforming the security framework, particularly respect for the rule of law, and recommended regional approaches to dispute settlements.
African governments should work to strengthen these governance systems individually and collectively to support security and development. The effectiveness of this was demonstrated in West Africa when the Economic Community of West African States successfully launched a military intervention to resolve a breakdown of internal order in the government of the Gambia that resulted from a dispute over the country's presidency.
The African Continental Free Trade Agreement will add impetus to the process of development we've alluded to. It holds tremendous potential for further enhancing Africa's effective integration into the global economy as a globally competitive player. Nonetheless, and notwithstanding all these successes, recent geopolitical tensions pose important downside risks to the continent's economic progress.
Ensuring the quality of goods traded under the AFCFTA was identified as key index for reducing tensions, with a call on African leaders to project the continent positively, as negative perceptions raised costs and undermined prospects for long-term investments and regional integration. From Washington, D.C., Leah Katungbaba today, NTA News.
Still staying in Washington, D.C., the President African Development Bank has reiterated the need for African countries to work assiduously in ensuring the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Chimopi Walter Nanja reports that he made this known in Washington, D.C. on the sidelines of the just concluded annual meetings of the World Bank and IMF.
With over 700 million young people, Africa is said to be one of the fastest growing economies. However, this number also poses a threat of non-performing workforce. The African Development Bank says it is already investing in universities of science and technology and centers of excellence to prepare Africa for the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution and equip financial institutions to offer the needed funds to empower the younger generation of Africans.
So Africa must prepare people, yes, young people, for the jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past. And so when we take a look at universities, what do we find? We find that no more than 2 to 3% of universities have people that are in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
The $200 million Boost Africa Fund, he explained, will support early-stage growth of businesses in Africa, but he believes the stimulation of the creation of Youth Entrepreneurship and Investment Bank to ensure the successes of the Africa Intercontinental Free Trade Agreement.
We say that all of our projects, we want them to be mainstream to create jobs for young people and women, by the way. Right. So, and in the case of women, we have something that we call a gender marker system, where every single one of our projects are tagged.
Other efforts, including the establishment of the Women Financing Index for Africa, will help bridge the gender gap in Africa. In Washington, D.C., I'm Chimobi Walter Naji, ATA News.
And away from financial matters, back home, the third quarter Chief of the Air Staff Conference has commenced in Abuja with a pledge to employ more indigenous technology in Nigerian Air Force operations. Correspondent Najatu Tijani has the details.
Lovett Afuye and Oluwadansi Uluwaleye were among the not too brilliant students in mathematics selected to attend the 2 weeks mental arithmetic and mathematics improvement training and have now increased their knowledge in the subjects. While Lovett Afuye emerged the overall best participant in mathematics, mental arithmetics, and constant addition competition, 13-year-old Oluwadansi confirmed that he is now ready to teach others the subjects.
Again, the mental arithmetic can also be used as mathematics because it teaches somebody a lot of things.
Mathematics helps me to think mentally. It helps me to calculate addition and subtraction without using sticks.
Deputy Director, National Mathematical Center, Professor Peter Onumanyi, said the objectives of the program is to inculcate in the student the use of both right and left brains by adopting the abacus mental arithmetic to solve mathematical problems without using calculator or sticks.
An unintelligent child before 2 weeks ago can now just be using the two sides of the brain. If you see them, they were using the two hands to do the calculation.
Certificates were presented to students who excelled in a training, while the students demonstrated their mental alertness in solving problems through the use of abacus arithmetic methods. The 2-week workshop tagged 2019 NMC SDGs Mental Arithmetic and Mathematics Improvement Training was organized for Nigeria basic school students and teachers in Ado-Ekiti to increase the mental capacity of students in the area of mathematical thoughts, skills, and basic computational operations in Ado-Ekiti. Yemi Dalemo, NTA News.
All right, we apologize for that mix-up there. That report was actually the National Mathematical Center training students in Ado-Ekiti. All right, let's go on a break. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
History was made in Africa with the birth of the first television station, WNTV, in Ibadan, Nigeria, on October 31, 1959.
I have great pleasure in formally launching Western Nigeria television first in Africa.
Television in Africa clocked 60 this year. It's time to celebrate this remarkable achievement. Various activities are lined up. Photo exhibition, a colloquium, public presentation of broadcasting books, and a gala night. Be part of these events, powered by Foundation for Ibadan Television Anniversary Celebrations, FITAC,
and supported by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please, did you hear that?
Of course I did. That is village master tune.
So, Auntie Amebo was not gossiping then?
Village master is celebrating 50 years.
50? Already?
Wait, you mean people have been watching Village Headmaster since 1968? How time flies. I have retired, but not tired.
now 50 years now. So because of that, we won't get big party.
New date, now 28th to 29th October 2019.
Now me and my body invite you now, and my belly just is sweet. Because I don't say all those people they drink my pami, then go come drink the tombo again. And me, radio jam, they call you now. They could not forget it.
Not so fast. Look, I'm tired. I want to check out of this country for greener pastures.
Just calm down for a moment. Please sit down. Do you have a job where you're going to?
No, but someone is arranging,
Listen, Alinko. Checking out of this country without proper planning means one thing. Unimaginable begin. I've been in the diaspora, but legitimately doing great things at home and abroad. As I've been saying, without the proper footing abroad, the risk is not worth it. Listen, Alinko, it's better to be home than be trapped abroad, or even end up in prison.
Thanks for being there. The National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Other Internally Displaced Persons is attending to some of the needs of the internally displaced persons in Abuja. Ufan Shaji reports that the Federal Commissioner Bashir Garba Mohammed visited the IDP camp to assess the living condition of the displaced persons.
A temporary shelter providing succor to the helpless and now home to hundreds. This is the Durumi Abuja camp for internally displaced persons who mostly fled attacks by insurgent groups on communities in northeast Nigeria. And as the fight lingers in the northeast, so also does their stay in this camp. With each passing day comes an increase in population and a corresponding rise in the demand for basic necessities. This female resident, Hanatu, would prefer a better living environment for occupants of the camp. She has apparently thought about a few things to make life here bearable and hopes for an improvement in hygiene and formal education.
We want school and want water and want let them change this environment for us.
It would seem that Hanetu isn't the only one worried about life within the Durumi displaced persons camp. The Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Other Internally Displaced Persons, Bashir Garba Mohammed, was at the camp to inspect facilities and gauge for himself the daily struggle of residents at the camp. He commented on issues bothering on security and health care, and assured the residents of government's commitment to improving the quality of life in the displaced persons camp.
So, Alexa, what are your challenges?
He also took time to celebrate with children whose birth month is October in Abuja. Gufan Shaji, NTA News.
And in Yola, in its continued efforts in bringing succor to victims of insurgency in the northeast, 2,000 women in Gombe local government area of Adamawa State are set to benefit from 50,000 naira each, being cash intervention under the Women Economic Empowerment Program of the Victim Support Fund. Simon Asher reports that 49 pupils from Adamawa, Borno and Yobe states also received education materials and training for 1,000 teachers across the 3 states as part of the fund's education projects.
It is no longer news that normalcy has returned in most communities bedeviled by Boko Haram insurgents over the years, but its adverse effect on women and the educational sector in the northeast has continued to linger. Hence the need to support and facilitate access to learning of pupils and empowering women remain imperative. Flagging off. This informed the 2019 official flag-off of Women Economic Empowerment Project in Ganda village of Adamawa State, an education support project in Askara Uba, Borno State, so as to strengthen the capacity of education in the northeast and women who are economically active and have skills that can be translated to income generation for the socio-economic well-being of the society.
The money will be paid in 2 tranches. We are going to transfer 30,000 first and see how you begin to work with it and come to assess your business, and where you perform well, you will get the balance of your money.
The Executive Secretary further said, out of the 1,000 teachers and 49,000 students to be trained and supported in the Northeast, 19,000 students with 400 teachers will be taken from Askra Uba local government area alone, being one of the most hit local government area during the insurgency. Representative of the chairman, Presidential Committee on Victim Support Fund, Al-Qasim Abdul Kadir, and governors of Adamawa and Borno states, among other dignitaries, urged the beneficiaries to use the items for the purpose intended. In Yola, Simon Asher, NT.
And talking sports, Nigeria's senior men's national team, the Yellow Greens, is playing her second match against Canada at the ongoing T20 Cricket Championship in Abu Dhabi. Gift George has this and more on our sports update.
Nigeria played their first match against Jersey on Saturday and lost by 69 runs. Nigeria and Canada match is ongoing at Abu Dhabi. University of Ilorin on Saturday beat Nuba Mali Polytechnic Zaria to emerge champion by a lone goal scored at the 5th minute of the final match. For coming first, the Unilorin boys got a cash reward of ₦1 million as the current champion, while the runners-up, Nuba Mali Polytechnic, went home with ₦750,000.
The initiative to promote national integration and unity is sports. We have used this opportunity to bring all the tertiary institutions together.
About 400 students in Lagos participated in a week-long tennis clinic, which held in various schools and the National Stadium. The program, which was at the instance of an American-based tennis academy in partnership with the International Tennis Academy, focused on introducing the game to about 1,000 children.
Here in Nigeria, we feel that we have extremely good athletes. We'd like to attract them to more tennis.
I've taken all their names, their details. We're engaging with their games masters to go to the nearest tennis facility.
The program was tagged A Better Africa through tennis. The 6th edition of the Awa Ibrahim Junior Golf Tournament ended Saturday evening at the Keja Golf Course in Lagos. The RNA-sanctioned golf tournament featured 94 junior golfers between the ages of 9 and 17 years. The championship, which will also be used to rank junior players both locally and internationally, saw the players carefully selected in order of merit.
This tournament is also to reward the brilliant and good golfers among them to further their education.
The ongoing National Volleyball Division 1 League in Bauchi entered day 3 on Sunday with 3 matches decided. Sunshine Spikers of Ondo State recorded its first victory of the tournament, beating Nigeria Brass of Mina by 3-0 to Ghana 29 points. Nigeria Correctional Service beat ABM of Katsina 3-2 to Ghana a total of 21 points, while Offa Volleyball Club beat Kada Kings of Kaduna to Ghana a total of 24 points behind Sunshine Spikers and Nigerian Army. Monday, day 4 of the tournament, is observed as rest day for the teams. With sports update, Gift George, NTA News.
And just before we go, a quick check at Tuesday weather prospect. And that concludes Nationwide today. Thanks for your company and enjoy the rest of your day. I am Ruth Aguele. Bye.
Who are the
troublemakers? Eh? Who are the troublemakers? And who are the people who are not lovers of peace and concord?
Madam ASP. Hey, I'm glad to see you here for my bow. I beg you, can help me give you ASP drink? Me, I will pay the money.
Amebo means the favorite wife of a man who has more than one wife. She's the one the man tells everything.
Originally, the program set out to entertain, to take the village headmaster's situation in any of our villages and reveal to everybody the things that went on.
A special documentary on the 50 years anniversary of the iconic drama series, The Village Headmaster, showing on the NTA network service, Wednesday, 23rd October 2019 at 8:05 p.m. Watch out.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the NTA every Thursday at 11 a.m. Join us.
You can follow.
This is Mambila Plateau, a place in Nigeria endowed with enormous natural resources. The topography, the undulating plains, and exciting rock formations. The waterfalls and waterways are second to none. Said to be the highest point in Nigeria, Mambila Plateau is the home of the largest hydroelectricity project in West Africa. Mambila Plateau, a virgin beauty waiting to be exploited for tourism.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Hello and welcome to Issues of the Moment. Power generation is one of the vital components of power delivery process to consumers. For the purpose of national economic growth, the basic consumers of power are the industrialists and manufacturers. In Nigeria, industrial production measures the output of businesses integrated in the industrial sector of the economy, such as manufacturing, mining, and utilities. Nigeria has been ranked one of the top investment destinations and growth areas in the world, with an increasing demand for power and growing international interest. Economic experts opine that power generation must be in tandem with population growth and productive capacity to drive meaningful economic growth. Now, looking at Nigeria as a developing country with urgent need for increase in power generation, what more can be done in the implementation of power sector policy and its attendant reform agenda? Today on Issues of the Moment, we turn focus on impact of power generation capacity on Nigeria's quest for industrial growth. As the program continues, you will meet my guests for today's edition. My name is Justin Bemunyi, welcoming you on the program Issues of the Moment. Once again, many thanks for joining us on the program Issues of the Moment. Our focus today is on impact of power generation capacity on Nigeria's quest for industrial growth. And my guest is Idris Mohammed. He is a consultant and an expert in the power sector. Idris Mohammed, you're welcome to the program Issues of the Moment.
It's nice meeting you, Ben. I hope we had a good session.
All right, you're welcome. All right, before we go deep into the issue on hand today, can you throw more light on the concept of power generation capacity? What does it mean in the first place?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my opinion on this issue. And power generation capacity is the ability of any nation to have the required adequate power that will support industrialization of that country. In Nigeria, for instance, it is expected that ability to support and industrialize manufacturing sector is to be able to have the adequate generation capacity to support the existing demand for power, which is what the government has been trying painstakingly to do over time since independence. And then also, in order to achieve that power generation capacity, as a way out, it decided to privatize the electricity subsector, and making the generation company one of the value chain component of the power sector.
Okay,
now,
we'll get into those details later. But when you look closely on the issue of power deficiency in Nigeria today, you see that Nigeria has been grappling with this challenge over the years. What really is the problem? What is the reason behind this?
The major challenge militating against the attainment of available power generation is the inability to provide the fund that is required to keep on building on a regular basis the power that is required in the country due to demand. As population increases, power demand also increases. But in Nigeria, it is not the case. Population increases, and then power generation also decreases. So it is quite the opposite. Now, what the government is trying to do is to make sure that as population increases and demand for electricity also increases, the available power generation is also expected to meet up, to catch up with the demand for power, especially for the industrial sector and the manufacturing sector, which is the backbone of the economy. Now, when you have a a sector that is vibrant. It will mean that employment would also boost to a reasonable level. And then income levels will also begin to increase. Households will begin to have enough cash to be able to, take care of, services, and then also provide the necessary security that is expected in a country. So in Nigeria, what is missing right now is that generation has not been able to meet up with the demand for power as a result of increase in population. Now, the major challenge that has been militating against the performance of the electric sector in Nigeria is, number one, that of fund. It's a big issue. And then the government decided to privatize the sector so that the new owners will inject the required fund to support the existing levels. But I think that has not been the case. And because that has not been the case, the government is really looking at other options to make sure that that power generation that will support an industrial economy in Nigeria is attained. And I think the government's action towards that regard is working out well, especially with the Siemens agreement to make sure that they midwife the entire process, both generation, transmission, and distribution, which the private owners have not lived up to expectations. Believing that they have not been able to live up to expectations, given every other opportunity that they've been given, and all the support that the government has given to them, with all the goodwill that government has given to them, that has not materialized, it means that now the government has to take a decisive action. And the Siemens agreement is certainly a game changer, like I have said before, and I will keep saying that if the Siemens agreement materializes, it will be the game changer for Nigeria's power sector, and it would also be the greatest opportunity that the government has embraced in trying to solve the problem of power in Nigeria.
Okay, now you've highlighted some efforts the government has made, and these efforts, we see them as in series over the years. Government has made efforts over efforts to improve power in Nigeria. Now let's compare Nigeria to other countries. What is your overview of Nigeria's power generation when compared to other countries with lesser population compared to Nigeria, but maybe what is their power generation to Nigeria? Would you say Nigeria is doing badly in this regard?
There is no basis for comparing Nigeria's power generation performance with any of the Western industrialized nations, because if you compare, for instance, China at the moment is generating over 9 million megawatts of power. United States is generating over 4 million megawatts of power. And Germany is also in the same direction. And then India is also generating over 1.9 million megawatts of power. And therefore, the basis of comparing Nigeria with any industrialized economy does not even arise. Now, what Nigeria has to do is to make sure that, number one, they provide that generation capacity. It is that generation capacity that will also support the industrialization. And then once the industrialization takes place, then Nigeria can begin to compare itself with other nations. But as there is no generation capacity, the generation capacity that is available right now is negative to support the manufacturing sector, the industrial sector in Nigeria. It will mean that there is no basis whatsoever to make that comparison. And unless the government takes a decisive action holistically, like it is trying to do with this Siemens agreement, there will be no end in sight to the issues of available power generation that will support the industrialization of Nigerian economic sector. Okay. Unless that is done, it will be a whole, an exercise in futility.
Okay, you did mention the private sector. Would you say privatizing the power sector has in any way improved service delivery?
If you ask this question, I like passing that same question to you. Because number one, you are the customer who is enjoying electricity service in Nigeria. If you compare the old NEPA days with the current date, the current moment where it is a privatized power sector, are you satisfied with the quality of power supply you are getting right now? That in a day, sometimes you have power for 4 hours in a day, and then for 18 hours you don't have supply? Or you are more satisfied with the old NEPA days when you are sure that in a day you can have supply for like 6 hours, like 10 hours, you can predict that you can have power supply in those days. Now, if the answer is no, then is there any basis for anyone, like, for instance, you, the customer, to say that privatization has succeeded? If it has not succeeded, then the answer rests on you. You are the one that can tell the world, do you have power? And then if you look at system collapses, for instance, previously, system collapse was, not as frequent as it is right now. Now, in a year, for instance, you can have the number of system collapse that you have at the moment in a privatized Nigerian electricity sector is 10 times the system collapse that you have when the government was running the infrastructure, the electricity infrastructure in Nigeria. So it is obvious. Yes, to a reasonable extent, in terms of, other issues, you can say there is a positive impact on power supply in Nigeria. But to a larger extent, is that power available? Is that power distributed? Rather, what you have is blame game that is taking place between the GENCOs, the DISCOs, the Transiscos, but they do not have the moral capacity to appreciate the magnanimity of the government. And I keep saying that one of the biggest mistakes that the government has made is to, say they will privatize the electricity completely. I would have expected that there has to be a basis for comparing apples with apples. If you are comparing apples with apples, then you have to create, the apples in a government basket, and then the apples in a private market. Then you now send a benchmark. There is no benchmark to, number one, assess the privatized electricity market in Nigeria. What is the benchmark that you will use? If there is no benchmark, then how can you determine the performance of a sector in effect? So what the government needs to do right now, I believe, that is to holistically review the performance of the sector and then to take a decisive action. Taking a decisive action means that, okay, Siemens will do the entire value chain. They will generate, they will improve generation, they will also improve transmission capacity, they will also look at the weaknesses in the distribution arm, which the whole of the owners, the private owners, if there is a moral commitment on their part, I think that moral commitment has not been expressed, to the satisfaction of the government, and that's quite a big mistake.
Yeah, we'll continue our discourse. Let's call for a short break now. You're still watching the program Issues of the Moment, and our focus today is on impact of power generation capacity on Nigeria's quest for industrial growth. We now take a short break to be back shortly. You're welcome back to the program, sir.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, some experts have had debates about the need for power mix. When we talk about renewable energy, maybe solar, wind, and other bio sources of power generation. But why is it taking so long to explore these options of power generation capacity when we have lots of options for these resources? We have enough sunlight and all that. Why is it taking so long to explore this?
I'm glad you raised this issue. And then this issue is the main, it's a major setback for, international investors who are really having huge sums of money and willing to invest in renewable energy in Nigeria. Now, the government had signed an agreement with 14 investors who have committed huge sums of money for renewable energy. But that portfolio that was signed, the PPAs that were signed, all right, by the government have not been finally approved by the government. For whatever reasons, it is a major setback that is militating against investors who are interested, all right, in coming to develop the Nigeria's power sector through the renewable energy mix. And unless the government now decides, with the new efforts of President Muhammadu Buhari, if he now calls the Commissioner of Finance, the Minister of Finance, and says, Minister of Finance, what is happening to those 14 PPAs that have been signed? Why have you not released, or why have you not finally, all right, released the guarantees for those 14 PPAs that have been kept in abeyance? Now, because those 14 PPAs have been kept in abeyance, the investors, the international investors, are afraid to come to invest in Nigeria. But if the government is magnanimous enough to say, okay, release those 14 PPAs that have been signed for various projects, for various solar projects and renewable energy projects in Nigeria, it will open a gateway of investors to come into Nigeria to develop the Nigerian power generation capacity with renewable energy, which takes a little between 3 months to 1 year. There will be a remarkable change in that power generation capacity. And renewable energy is the way to go. The whole world is now shifting attention to renewable energy in solar because it is cheap, it is manageable, and then it is easier to handle. The world is now shifting its focus on renewable energy, and Nigeria should also take that advantage. As the government is also looking at Siemens, the government should also look at renewable energy. The government should also encourage investment and international investors who have huge sums of money and they are willing to invest in Nigeria to come and develop the power generation capacity through renewable energy in Nigeria. And that will be the only game changer. If they have done that for Siemens, I expect that the government will also be magnanimous enough to say, okay, whoever is interested, all right, in investing in renewable energy in Nigeria, please come. They are ready. Billions and billions of dollars are waiting on our doors. They are just waiting for the government to say, okay, sign those 14 PPAs, release those 14 PPAs. The supporting guarantees that goes with the release of those PPAs should also be released. And then in the next 2 years, power generation capacity through renewable energy will be a game changer, and it will be a landmark achievement for President Muhammadu Buhari if he does so. My advice is that let him look at that area. As he is doing Siemens, he should also face entirely the renewable energy, investment in renewable energy sector, which is not, the fund is international. It's not from here. And they are willing to invest.
Now, do you think releasing these PPAs, as you talk, if these PPAs come to limelight, as you said, would it have an impact on the rural areas which are suffering the power deficiency the most? Do you think this is going to affect them? As you talked about the prospects.
Yeah.
Is it really something worthwhile?
That is the game changer. I mean, for instance, if you can generate like 2-3 megawatts of solar power in a local government area that will electrify the entire local government area, it will mean that you are supporting, some level of economic and commercial activity in the local government area. To generate power from solar takes a little less than 3 months. Less than 3 months. 3 months is 90 days to generate, power from solar. 1 megawatt of power for a local government area means that the entire area will have power. And then the power is so reasonably well priced. It is the cheapest. And then it keeps dropping. So after some time, if that, form of investment is encouraged by the government, it will change the prosperity of Nigeria, including the rural environment where there is abundant solar.
Okay. Now, do you think this is solely dependent on the federal government? What about the state government? Can't they do something on their own in this regard?
Oh, great question. The federal government, the state government, they are also the major stakeholders. Each state governor, for instance, each state governor can decide, okay, he's going to generate 100 megawatt of power to support the effort of the federal government of Nigeria. If each state government decides to invest, on 100 megawatt solar power plant in each state, it will mean that we are going to have 3,700 megawatts of power added generation capacity from solar alone. If they do that, and in areas where they can do more, it means that there is a low-hanging fruit in power generation capacity in Nigeria through renewable energy. And then the funds are there, and then state governments, instead of investing in generator, investing in generator, they can support investment in renewable energy through solar, wind, waste, and the likes. It's quite a very good option, and then it is the shortest way to boost generation capacity right now. If you are going on, for instance, hydro, it will take you like 4 to 6 years to generate a hydropower plant. And for the thermal power plant, you have issues of gas. If issues of gas have been a major drawback in Nigeria, now that renewable energy, solar is available, wind is available, industrial waste can power a larger part of Lagos, for instance. If you are able to look at that direction, it will mean that within the next 2 years, before President Muhammadu Buhari hands over, it will mean that he will have in his kitty about nothing less than 10,000 megawatts of power from renewable energy. And that will boost, it will change the profile of power generation capacity to support the industrialization of Nigeria.
Okay. Now, briefly before I let you go, let's have a mention of this. The appropriation bill that we have now indicates that power has an allocation of 127 billion naira. Do you think this would do any good in the power sector?
Like I said, internally generated funds, will only be, a tip on the iceberg. What is actually required is for the government to create the enabling environment to attract foreign investors into Nigeria, because it is foreign investors that can support an industrialized economy. The capacity funds flow for Nigerian government through appropriation right now is quite a big challenge. And then the fund that is required to support, all right, a generation capacity that will also encourage industrialization of Nigerian economy is private capital, international investors. The government should just create the necessary enabling environment within the shortest possible time, remove all bottlenecks, and make it just a quick fix. The government can do it, and the government doesn't need to commit funds, all right, to support that initiative on renewable energy, because it is an investment. The investors will recover their money, all right, as they sell the electricity.
Well, Mr. Idris Mohammed, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us on issues of the moment on this topical issue.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much
Nice
for coming.
meeting you.
Thank you very
so
much. Well, you've been watching the program Issues of the Moment, and our focus has been on impact of power generation capacity on Nigeria's quest for industrial growth. And my guest has been Idris Mohammed, a consultant and an expert in the power sector. Thank you very much for your time with us. My name is Justin Abemunyi, and bye for now. Thank you.
Nigeria, the giant of Africa, covers a total land area of about 923,768 square kilometers. 910,768 square kilometers is covered by land, while water takes the remaining 13,000 square kilometers. The entire country is highly blessed as it enjoys benefits brought by the vegetation zones that nature has gracefully endowed Nigeria with. From the rainforests, freshwater swamp, Guinea savanna, Sudan savanna to Sahel savanna, Nigeria is indeed on top of the world. Also blessed with enormous tourism potentials, unequaled deposits of mineral resources, and vast land for agricultural practices of choice, Nigeria is open for investment. All these are accompanied by a wonderful and hospitable people of diverse and charming cultures. Come and invest in Nigeria, the land of abundance and hospitality.
Service of the NTA.
You are all welcome to another half hour of creativity on our program, Young Inventors. I am Obi Anene, your guide.